Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were three groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those three groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, you know, CMET was there for myself, and, you know, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and the expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby, and I'm your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, from London, from Singapore, from Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next speaker, we're going to do a fireside chat with Miss Jacqueline Smith. I'm going to bring Miss Smith on because we're have a lot to talk about with her and a short amount of time. So I really want to make sure we get into the conversation as quickly as possible. There you are, Miss Smith. How are you?
Doing great. How are you?
I am good. Apologize for the slight delay. I know you have a ton that you want to offer, so I'm going to really skip a lot of the formalities just to make sure we can cover a lot of info, because what you have to say and what you have to talk about and what you do and what you're passionate about, I think will resonate with all of the folks out there. So if that's okay with you, we'll be able to highlight all of your experiences and skills by the responses that you're given in the questions. That sound good?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. So you're involved with Kids in Technology. So first, talk about what inspired you to start the organization, the business. And what makes that program, in your mind, so unique?
So why the inspiration for Kids and Technology started back in 2000 when we were experiencing the great digital divide and the internet and all of that stuff was first coming on board. And as you know, as all Black businesses know, when mainstream America get a cold, we get the flu or even die from COVID. So I knew the importance of doing something in technology and expanding it, and especially in the realm of education. And what makes us unique, we always deal with the problem and trying to resolve the problem and taking the problem head on. So back in 2000, when we started, we actually, the shortage was computers, kids not having computers in homes. You go to the library, people sitting waiting for hours to get and have access to a computer, if you remember those days. So what Kids and Technology did was in our summer camp, we taught kids as young as 8 years old how to build a computer system and actually take that computer home. You have many organizations that's donated computers, old software, kid get home, can't use it, and it just becomes a clunk or a piece of furniture. Bringing it all the way up to today, to 2024, now we're on the cutting edge of artificial intelligence. We're teaching kids how to use and engage in artificial intelligence, and that's what makes us different.
Interesting. So talk about your background and how you got, to this point, educator, science geek, talk a little bit about that and how that formed your backstory.
Yeah, so actually my backstory is just a little bit differently because as a kid, I didn't particularly like science. I was just always a business person, but I was always a visionary. So I think what forced me to, or encouraged me to go into technology is just being aware and just wanting to do better. I'm from a small town in the Mississippi Delta, Cleveland, Mississippi. It started off with very humble beginnings. However, my mom sent us to private school. I went to St. Gabriel. And in that private school, she paid tuition actually for us to go to private school with the small amount of monies that we had. So I was just always encouraged and had the right people around me and just knew later on in going to college where the world was going. So technology was my baby.
So what are some of the challenges? I mean, when we talk about STEM, science, technology, math, et cetera, those are subjects, especially, first, that most kids don't gravitate to or think that they're not supposed to be good in it or that they're not supposed to like it. And for, kids from our culture, that can be a devastating blow. So talk about some of the things that you've encountered and how do you inspire and motivate, kids to really enjoy science and math, to want to be involved in science and math, through your programs and just through, the things that you do?
Because science and math is in everything we do. And that's one of the challenges that I ask kids. Name me something that math is not affiliated with, because that's the first thing, or numbers not affiliated with. That's the first thing you hear. Oh, I'll never use this. Yes, you will. From everything to your age, from the time that you hit this earth, you have a number attached to you, and to the time you leave, you have one attached to you still. So the bottom line is, though, we meet kids where they are. So we have a lot of programs, our STEM in schools programs and our science and math programs. All of our programs, first of all, are project-based. Those projects and STEM kits are kits that kids can resonate with. So if you're into sports, we have a STEM kit for basketball that teaches you math. Is so much math in basketball, is so much math in sports, period. Everything from just calculating scores or doing ratios or doing percentages of points all the way to data science. We have our favorite basketball players, the NBA, for instance. If you look at LeBron James and then you look at somebody, say, Ja Morant. So that's an age gap. That's a difference. How do they do what they do? It boils down to science. Not only they're practicing, but what they're eating, when they're eating it before the game. That's data science. So that's how we engage kids, especially on the high school levels. When you start talking about sports and trying to figure out why your favorite sports figure is doing what he's doing, we got them.
Sold.
Yes.
And that's I used to do some volunteer teaching for elementary for science and math. And one of the things that, to the point you're making, when you can put it on a fundamental base level and something that they can get intrigued by. I used to use the detective metaphor that,
Mhm.
hey, if you were to, how could you tell this? How could you tell this happened? It really does engage them. So,
Yes.
what are some of the education principles that you integrate within, kids in technology, so that they can, in the classroom, really, kind of yeah, internalize all of this and start getting, motivated in their coursework
For students?
for
For kids?
students?
So,
Yeah.
so, so so actually, with
Actually, you
kids,
know what? Talk about for students and for teachers, because that's just as important. Getting teachers to, have a different mindset about teaching, science and math as well.
so that's a really great question, because teachers, honestly, and this is not a bad thing or something negative, they actually typically don't want to take on any additional things to educate kids on in the classroom. They're given their standards, and that's what they're getting paid to do, and that's how they're judged, that's how they get their money. So, and typically in American school systems especially, STEM education is just not integrated into the main curriculum like it should be. We have some schools, we still only have a small percentage of schools, not nearly enough, that's integrating STEM into their curriculum where it's mandatory that they do it. So what we do is in our STEM in schools program, because it's where it should be, it's not an after school, it's not before school, it's not enrichment, it's integrated into the Common Core standards, if that's what our public schools in America are following. So our programs are aligned with education standards. And what we do is we know that kids, especially Black kids, kids of color, are kinesthetic learners. So they learn by doing. So we integrate our STEM kits so they can actually build a project to actually reiterate that concept of math and science that they're getting into the classrooms. And the teachers love it as much as the students, because it's nothing extra for them to do. I'm following that same Bible that you are following. So if you are using Common Core standards, it aligns with Common Core standards, so it's easier to incorporate it into the classroom.
Interesting. So often, you've heard it, you just alluded to it a minute ago. Kids will say, I'm not going to need that. That's not going to be important for me. I'm going to do this, that, or the other. And, that has nothing to do with math, or that has nothing to do with science, et cetera, et cetera. How does how does technology, or what role does technology play in actually making sure that the educational playing field is level for kids from our community and our culture? And that, when they're saying that or not getting involved in it, that they're actually falling further behind. Can you talk about, why that is, or how that is, or, what landmines that lays for them ahead?
So the bottom line is engagement. And I'm glad you asked that question, because today more than ever, parents are going to have to be all in, meaning that they're going to have to, you cannot rely on the school systems to raise your kids or make sure that they get the best in education, because they are behind. School in America is government. The wheels of government turn slow. So by the time STEM education is actually implemented in the school, the technology keeps changing and moving every day. Your kid will be grown and left behind. Especially in this AI culture, AI is going to shape the future for everyone worldwide. Regardless of what you do, there's no avoiding it. It's implemented in every piece of technology that we use. AI is going to be implemented in that. Everything from robots doing delivery services, to working in restaurants, to even in your home. Not just that, even on a computer, even if you're Googling, now there's an AI agent that comes up and give you your answer, even when you're Googling, Microsoft 365. So in our daily lives of what we do, and going to the doctor, teledoc, speaking to our doctors on the phone, it's in every aspect of our lives. So more importantly, today, more so than ever, parents are going to have to engage. They're going to have to learn. They're going to have to then educate and invest in their kids. No more just sending your kids off to school and thinking that they're going to get what they need. they will not. And if they don't, the dangers of that is, regardless of what they do, if they decide to go to college or not, it doesn't matter. They're going to have to engage and embrace and learn. So just to be able to survive in this country, in the world.
Yeah. Okay. Now, is Kids in Technology a for-profit or not-for-profit organization?
Kids in Technology is a nonprofit organization.
So talk a little bit about, as a business, a not-for-profit business, but a business, you've gotten involved with the Black Business Olympics. Why? And talk about, some of the, impacts you've had by participating with the Black Business Olympics for the Kids in Tech organization.
So platforms like this one that we're on today in the Black Business Olympics, it help us, if you will, to run the distance, to be able to go the distance throughout the world, and especially in Black communities. And by doing that, we're reaching out, we're getting the word out. People hear me today. Now they're aware of what we do and how we're able to help the community. And ironically, about our nonprofit, we have always run our nonprofit. And I have CPAs that tell me all the time, just as if it was a for-profit. Kids in Technology does not depend on donations. We do not depend on grants, although we do get them, although we do accept them. But the biggest pitfalls and the drawback to nonprofits being successful and staying around small community nonprofits like Kids in Technology for over 24 years is because we're able to sustain ourselves, and schools are buying what we're selling. Parents buy what we sell. So over 70% of our proceeds come from paid services. That's our business model.
Cool. Talk about some opportunities within the Black Business Expo network that you see for collaboration, benefiting, obviously the Kids in Technology organization, but also the businesses, schools, and corporations that are out there and may be listening to this.
Absolutely. So for schools, we have partnerships. If your school, your faith-based organization, your community organization does not have a STEM program, we have a STEM program. We have over 24 years of implementing STEM. So we do professional development. We do professional development for parents. We do professional development for educators. And as far as corporations go, typically corporations give us money. They donate to what we do. Foundations donate to what we do in order to implement our programs in those underprivileged areas that may or may not be being served. The bottom line, find the synergies that between Kids in Technology and your organization, capitalize on those strengths and move forward. And that's how you build a successful collaboration.
Sorry. So talk a little bit. Kids in Tech it deals with students or children from what ages to what ages?
We do basically K through 12, 90% of the time. Other times in our STEM Saturday programs, we do have kids, and those are more age appropriate programs. So we have kids from anywhere from 7 to maybe 21, 22 that may be in different areas or different programs that we may offer. Like in our esports program, we have kids in esports, and they're grouped according to age and skill. More so STEM education. When it comes to STEM education, it's more so skill level than age. So we typically deal with kids primary education, K through 12.
So in your work with STEM, with children, with schools, local governments, etc., what's the topic or issue you're most passionate about speaking to folks for, or speaking to folks about, to having impact on?
Yeah, education, and of course, technology. That's my thing.
That's your jam, right? That's your jam.
Yes, that's my jam. Yeah, I'm so passionate about education. It's what helped us to move forward. It's what helped us to, grow. And it's just, knowledge is power.
Okay. So, I'm sure folks out there listening, whether it's a business, probably not so much a school, but a business, especially parents, are probably saying, well, that sounds good. You sold me, Miss Smith, on the importance of it, but I don't know the first step. What do I do? Talk about some very practical, easy things, and easy not as in mundane, but easy as in this is a simple first step and a basic first step that you can do to start having impact and start changing kind of where kids are with the commitment to STEM, science, math, etc.
The bottom line to STEM education is critical thinking, communication, being able to solve problems, and communication and creativity. So in knowing that, the easiest thing to do is start practicing that with your kids at home, whether you're auntie, grandmama, or your parent, your guardian, in your community. And I'm a Southern girl, so I kind of grew up with you're not able, especially in Black households, we don't allow kids to express themselves. We kind of don't question me. I'm your mom, or that. We really do have to retire that. Allow kids to talk to you, express themselves, see what they're thinking, test their critical thinking skills. Even if it's as much as when we go out and we have dinner together and we're trying to figure out the tip, let them do the math on that. Let them also, to take it a step further, decide how much should we give the tip. On the tip sheets now, you have 10%, 15%, 20% based on their service. How much do you think we should give Mr. or Mrs. waitress or waiter? Just kind of talk, just see what a kid is thinking on every level. Talk to them, listen to them. They ask you questions, answer the questions. If you have a senior in high school that wants to go on a senior trip, that senior trip is $3,000 to go to the Dominican Republic. You can't afford that as a family. So talk it out. Let's talk it out. So you want to go where, and what are you going to do after you get there? How are you going to just solve that problem? How could you, Johnny, you and your dad and I, we've been laid off just talk real world scenarios with them and let them talk it through and figure it out. We got to start teaching our kids how to think through. And that's how we get caught up in so many scams. Everything from kids getting scammed all the way to getting kidnapped or taken, or young girls getting in cars, riding across the country to meet somebody. If your kid is not thinking, even from the cradle to all the way to seniors in high school, allow kids to talk about it, see what they're thinking, see what's on their mind, and problem solving. That's going to be key. Those are the very basic steps that you could do right at home.
Well, it's a great point. I'm a questioner and a question asker, and I tell people all the time that sometimes I ask questions so I understand, and sometimes I ask questions so you understand. And I think that's what you're talking about there, that just says, hey, you can ask a question, of someone. The child says, I want to go to, Bali, that's going to cost $5,000.
Right.
Asking the question, well, how are you going to get $5,000? How can you earn that?
Yes.
How do we? Well, I could do that. Okay. How many times would you just keep asking the questions?
Yes.
And at some point, they either solve the problem,
yes,
or they answer the question for themselves. I guess I'm not going to Bali this year, am I? Or I guess I'll have to wait till next year to be able to do that. Or I need to get up early in the morning to start doing that if I'm going to do 15, each day and
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So we don't have to answer it for them, but to your point, you can ask the questions to start teaching them how to think critically, to solve problems, to come up with their own answers.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We must do that on a very basic level. And then, of course, if you have a 5-year-old that wants to go to the store, wants ice cream every time they go, things like that, you can use those same concepts to start really teaching kids, asking them questions, letting them express themselves, and then start talking about the disadvantages of eating so much candy and what can it do to your teeth, and show them pictures. Do you want your teeth to look like this? Little things like that, even if you have like a 5 or 6-year-old. But we must let them talk. We must let them express themselves. There's so much going on in the education system and going on in the classrooms now, to where kids are actually afraid to come home and speak to their parents in say certain things, especially if they're dealing with something at school, to where if I'm a Black person that have put my child in a school to where they're the only one. There are issues in those schools. I've worked inside of those schools, and a lot of times kids are afraid to come home and say stuff to their parents about it. So we must let them talk.
Well, I think you also brought up a great point there with that example about the ice cream and the candy, that, you know, not only can you encourage the critical thinking, but that's the science and math as well. What does that do to your body? Let's look that up. Let's do some research on that.
Yes.
And again, doesn't mean you have to have the answer.
Right.
You can be researching right along with them that just says, well, I was thinking about saying yes, but let's first see what that does to your body. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Et cetera, et cetera. So
absolutely. That's it. Absolutely. I agree. And two, what we do is what I do, just to take it a step further, especially in this world of artificial intelligence and all the reasons to why we should not get involved in it that you may be hearing. It's going to take our job, robots going to take over one day, and things like that. What we do is I offer workshops, a 60-minute workshop, 90-minute workshop, just to engage with parents. We engage with nonprofit organizations or educators, and just explaining to them, especially parents, of how we could get kids involved with technology at an early age. The earlier, the better.
good. We're running down on the clock, so I'm going to ask just two questions so that we don't run up against the hard stop. But one is, how do folks reach you, whether they want to work with you, collaborate with you, get information about how they can incorporate that into their family life or into their school, their child's school programming? How do they reach out to you and get in contact with you if they're interested?
Kidsintechnology.net.
And
go to our website.
Okay. And there's contact information there?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the second, which this is the softball toss-up, is there any topic around education and technology that you wouldn't talk to or wouldn't be involved with for a person reaching out to you?
No, there's no topic.
So for all those folks that were out there going, well, I don't know if I should call her about this or contact her about that. It's anything related to education, anything related to STEM or science, math in the classroom, or educating or moving our kids forward. It sounds like Kids in Technology is a go-to organization that is involved in all those areas and aspects.
Absolutely, and education is involved in everything that every listener is listening or watching here today. It's in technology as well. So even if it's your business and small business, you're using technology. If you're an attorney, you're using technology.
Are you involved with this in many geographies or in only a certain location?
Absolutely. We started off, but we've been doing STEM education since 2002. So since that time, we've gone from everywhere from the state of Mississippi to South Africa. We're involved. Mm-hmm. Our curriculum is digital.
Okay. Well, I'd love to reach out and contact you or follow up, because I work with a couple of different youth development organizations and a couple of local schools here that I think would really be interested and excited about the opportunity in the program. So let's make sure you and I connect outside of here as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And for all of those other businesses or organizations out there, as Jacqueline said, there's a ton of ways that you can impact our community, our kids within our community, for inspiring them around math and science. And her organization stands ready to make that happen. So I'd like to thank you for being a guest on the show today. Look forward to having another conversation and getting more time to engage with you. But until then, remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
My pleasure.
So the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. So you can go to the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App and use the account number $BBX USA. Again, $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So if you are a student, you can register online at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts, so please donate to the scholarship fund. I also want to take time to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for the month of November 2024. Those sponsors include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, RTV, Executive Women Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Thank you for watching this session. Look forward to more programming in the afternoon session. And until then, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Ty app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to hayty.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age.
Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success.
For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries.
The career opportunity. You feel it's yours. After all, you're well qualified, but you don't apply. You feel stuck and can't move forward in your career. I've learned as a 10-year career strategist, we must learn how to show up. To show up, we will rise up. We have an amazing resource on this planet, a resource with tremendous potential. That resource is us, women. Far too many of us when we want to rise up and advance in our careers, we hit an invisible barrier. It's called the glass ceiling. And when we do make it through the glass ceiling, chances are we're more closely scrutinized than men. As women, we face more barriers to promotions in many organizations. However, I've discovered the biggest barrier, believe it or not, is ourselves. As women, we often hold ourselves back. We are not rising up and tapping into our full potential for 3 reasons. The first is a lack of confidence in our abilities. As women, we hold ourselves back when we make career decisions based on what-ifs. We listen to that little voice in our heads that says, what if I'm not good enough? What if I don't have what it takes? What if I fail? An article in the Harvard Business Review says, men will apply for a position when they meet only 60% of the requirements. Good for them. But what do? We will only apply if we feel we can meet 100% of the requirements. Instead of moving forward with confidence, we hold back. We let fear and doubt take over, even though we know we're well qualified. And the second reason is a lack of assertiveness. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? When we join a meeting, we often sit in the back or to the side. When we could assert ourselves, we don't. We shrink back. We let others interrupt us or say nothing when other people take our ideas. When we do speak up, we express ourselves with uncertainty, saying things such as, I'm not sure if this is relevant. I don't know if this is helpful. This may not be a good idea, but when you and I use words and phrases like these, we undermine our credibility. And the third reason, we don't build a support network. My friend, Kim, applied for a position. Her female supervisor felt she was more than qualified. But the supervisor would not give Kim a recommendation. The supervisor felt it would look too much like favoritism. To me, this just looked like one woman who would not reach back and help another woman. If we want to rise up, we must learn to support each other. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. It was 2005, and I had a comfortable job as an analyst working for the US government, but I wanted more. A supervisor's position opened up, and I submitted my application. I tried to find out as much as I could about who was applying, what were my chances. I discovered that 2 men were applying for the same position. I also discovered that neither of these men had the qualifications that I had. But I was optimistic because one of the women on the interview panel told me that she would support me. So I walked into that interview room well prepared. I answered all their questions. I aced that interview. 3 days later, I was told I wasn't selected. Not only did they select the least qualified one, they selected someone who didn't even belong to the organization. I was shocked. I was hurt. I was angry. I thought, how could this be? It was like a slap in my face. I deserved that job. I thought, maybe I should just look for a job somewhere else. But I was in an exercise class, and it hit me. I'm not a quitter. I have never given up. I deserve this job. I'm good at what I do. At that moment, I realized that if I wanted to rise up, I needed to show up. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. And then it happened. The man they hired quit. And the manager asked me, the more qualified one, to step into that position. I did. I showed up and I rose up in my career. Having worked with hundreds of women over the years, I know there are 3 steps we need to take to show up. The first is to build confidence. The second is to be assertive. The third is to build a support network. When we follow this 3-step process, we will show up to rise up. When we rise up and tap into our full potential, as women, you and I will contribute more to our organizations, more to our families, and more to our communities. When we show up to rise up, everyone wins.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners. Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our speaker is Dina Bell Nance. Dina Bell Nance is a renowned global speaker, leadership strategist, and corporate trainer with over 35 years of experience in learning development, project management, and instructional design. As founder and chief culture officer of Training by Designs Incorporation, she has spent 23 years transforming corporate cultures through customized learning solutions that drive engagement, excellence, and success. I present to you Dina Bell Nance.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much, Jamila. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Hello, 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 everyone. Hi, Jamila.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, Dina. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you, Dr. Madeline? How are you?
I am doing very well. As you know, I will be the one doing our little chat today.
All right now.
So it's good to have you on the network. Good to have you here. And look, I just want to say before we get started, because I heard that, your stand-up bio, I listened to, the great things that you're doing. But here's the question I have. I want you to just tell us what you want us to know about Dina Bell Nance.
Ooh, wow. Wow. What do I want you to know about Dina Bell Nance? Let me see. I think the first thing I want to say is I love the Father. I love God. I want to open up with that because what I know is that while my business is 23 years old, and we'll get to that soon, while it's 23 years old, it was birthed out of a word from him. So I just want to invite him into the discussion, Dr. Madeline, just make sure that that's the number one thing I need for my audience to know is that I'm a business owner, but I'm also a seeker of God. The second thing is I am a wife of 33 years to my husband, Tommy. Mm-hmm. We have a 24-year-old son that I believe is watching, and it just tickled me that he let me know he was going to be watching. So my son is in LA working. My daughter's in college in New York City for just 3 more months. She will be finished, Dr. Madeline. She graduates in 3 months. Very excited about that. And
okay.
I love learning. I love the idea of learning. I love the idea of teaching others about the power of learning over their lives. Mm-hmm. I love when a culture shifts because the individuals in the organization take learning seriously. Mm-hmm. And I love to see when people are in the classroom and the light bulb goes off, that they didn't recognize that learning shifts their entire mindsets. So that's who I am.
Wow. You are doing great things with your organization, with learning and development and your leadership firm. So tell us, what inspired you to start your learning and development leadership firm, and how did you get started?
So it's really funny because a lot of people ask me that at different times, and sometimes I have different answers. But I think a couple of years ago, I met someone that was in my life at that time, and we were going back to, I was like, oh my goodness, he was reminding me of what happened. But so I came out of college around 1985. No, I didn't, around 1988. So between 1988 and the early 90s, I started working at my first consulting firm. I was working at a firm in Maryland. And at that firm, the projects we were supporting was for the Marine Corps, for the Navy. And I got a BS in computer science. I have a bachelor's of science in computer science. It was not the degree I really wanted. It wasn't sexy. It wasn't really cute. But my parents were paying for my education, and my father informed me that if I'm going to continue paying, you're something that I think is going to bring you money. And I suggest computers. And I said, well, yes, sir. So therefore, I was a computer science major. That's how that happened. Okay. It wasn't my choice. I just need to be real clear. It wasn't my choice. So, and I have to say that because since it wasn't my choice, as I'm now getting these jobs where I'm developing code and I'm using Oracle and I'm making my way, and it's painful. I'm making my way trying to develop things. And I was like, is this what my degree is? But I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Well, maybe 10 years into that, I'm at a consulting company and I'm at a naval office because we developed a very small system for them. And my boss said, Dina, there's some problems. They said the system isn't working. And you know how we do when we build. So I said, oh, no. And we were in Crystal City, so you could walk down the hallway to the client. And I said, can I go see them? Well, Dina, no, just ask them, can I have 1 hour? And I get there and it's colonels and generals that are sitting around the table and they're like, Dina, what's going on? I said, I just need to know. I said, what's happening? And I had my little notebook. I said, can you tell me what happened? And they listed these, maybe 5 to 7 things, Dr. Miller, they said weren't working. And I said, oh, no, yes, they are. And I go over to the computer, I go over to the printer, and I literally, in an hour and a half, I show them this is how they work. And they're like, what? And I said, yeah, that's how they work. So I leave, and probably within a few months, my boss says, well, Dina, they're glad that you fixed it, but they still want to pay us for a new system. And, I just realized, I said, something's happening. I was offended by that because I said, but it was working. He said, yeah, but they want the higher level. But what I knew, Dr. Mel, is when I got back that day, a trainer was born. Because what I realized, he said, why were you there so long? And what were you doing? And I said, I was showing them. And then I came back and said, oh, I'm going to document it too, because you need your documentation. And I want to do it again. And next thing I know, we were flying to Hawaii and California because we had to go deliver the new system, but I got to stay 2 extra weeks to do the training. So literally they never had training. It was never in their process. It wasn't in the pricing, but because they said, we're going to make some money off of this. And I said, come on, let's create this training program. And literally that was the start. So I stayed there for a minute, and then I began to move into projects where I could train and develop code. And then I was just training. But soon after that, I kept having this desire that I want to train all day. I want to train when I want to train. I want to train on what I want to train. And, and as I say, because I'm also an ordained minister, in the midst of that also growing a relationship, and God begins to speak to me that, that's what I want for you. I want you to train all day. And he said, you got to wait till the door opens, but it will open. And the door opened.
Wow. But what do you feel makes your firm so unique compared to others in the industry? Because, we know that there are other firms that do probably what your firm does. So what makes yours unique?
Honestly, Dr. Mellon, I think, and I want to say this, I didn't come up with this. My clients started saying to me, do you know what you're doing when you come here? And I thought I was doing something wrong. I was like, no. And they said, you don't recognize that. I know you came here to do computer training because we started computer training. But they said, we heard you in the back trying to calm down our employees that were upset. We heard you trying to sneak in a little customer service training in the middle of the access training. We heard you in the bathroom praying with somebody because she came to work crying. We heard you. And I said, so what does that mean? And he said to me, 2 clients said, do you offer professional development training? Dr. Mellon, I didn't know what that was. But what I said was, I just felt the need to say, yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I went to go look it up and I called some people. And so all of a sudden, this gift of training is just going to the next level. The word says your gifts will make room for you, right? Your gifts will make room. So I knew I had a gift to train, but I was like, well, I have a BS in computer science. I have to train on computers. No, you don't. You just have to say yes. And the door began to open. So what I really do think makes us unique is what happens when people come into our classroom. Because let me tell you something, it's fire from the time you enter to the time you leave. Our workshops, our exercises are engaging, they're collaborative, they're fun, they're exciting. I'm putting them in individual groups. I am giving them what I call mini think tanks. In the middle of the class, they have a mini think tank where I give them a problem to solve. I may give them a round robin where they have to come up with something and discuss it and speak out about it. But I'm making sure that I'm tapping into the expertise in the room. I'm not the expert. I'm just bringing out the expertise in the room.
Right.
So I think once they come into the room and once they get a taste of it, it's contagious. So now they're coming back and they're like, what are we going to do today? What's our group today? How? Because they realize that I've built in team building into everything we do. So there's a lot of people, even in Prince George's County, that I'm sure much larger than me and doing magnanimous things. But what I know is that we create an environment that allows for connections, team building, learning, and fun.
Well, let me ask you this, kind of going off the track a little bit. With everything that's going on, that with the government,
it's a lot. Yes, ma'am.
The contracts and canceling a lot of contracts and DEI and all of this kind of stuff. Has that affected your company in any way?
Dr. Madeline, I think that what's happening at the White House is affecting everyone's company and everyone's home, period. So I do, let me back up. I've probably been in maybe 12 agencies in the DC area over the past 23 years at different times. In the past 2 years, I've had maybe 3 small federal contracts, but one of them was about to start in the next 3 weeks. I was like, oh, that's okay. So, I reached out to him and he's like, Dean, it's okay. He said, guess what? Give us a minute. It's a lot going on. He said, but guess what? We need, because I trained them 2 years ago. 3 years ago, at the start of COVID, we were doing a lot of training. He said, we need you. I've been promoted. I have more room to do different things. So I need you. So don't get stressed about it. You'll be back. So, has done that. But, I'm so glad that we've just had a mix of business. So I have contracts with local government, with state government, with private and nonprofit. So because I have that mix, thank God, I still have things that are going on. But Dr. Madeline, it was hard to come on here today because I am in ministry overload because the people that I work with are calling me about to lose their mind. They're losing sleep. I'm trying to just help them see that you're going to be okay. It's going to take a minute. You're going to be okay. So I'm trying to encourage. I'm trying to teach. I'm trying to teach free. I'm trying to hold their hand. But to come on here, because I said, well, God, how do I come on here? Because I'm coming here talking about something that's happening for me, but it kind of goes against them. But what I realize is that, no matter what takes place, we got to keep moving forwards. We got to keep moving forward.
Yes, you got to keep moving forward. And I think that's going to be the pivotal thing with everything that's going on right now. You have to, even if you do, what I'm seeing is even if you do have or had contracts with the federal government that may have been canceled, now you just have to pivot and look at what other skills are that, things that you can offer, that your company could offer, what other skills that you might have that you probably weren't using. Because you got so used to using maybe that one thing or doing that one training. And now it's time for you. And it's the same thing that happened during COVID. What I found during that time, it was a lot of people, a lot of coaches, that they did not keep going through all of that because they did not know how to pivot once stuff started shutting down. They didn't know what they could do. They didn't know, okay, now I could do some training online.
Yes, ma'am.
Go there in person. So some of them just sort of, gave up and just let the business go. And right now, that is not the time to do that. Now it's the time to be looking, at other things that you might have, that you can pull out and use that now.
And I think one thing for me is that I don't feel the need to really do a lot of pivoting right now, again, because thank God I have clients in other industries and they're not just federal. So I have those other things, but I am doing some additional things for those same services. I am writing 2 books as we speak. I'm writing a ministry book, but I'm also writing a business book that I should have been completed some years ago. So I'm working on those things while I'm doing other things, but I'm also kicking off an online training platform for the business, which I've also put off for years. So now working on that, because I feel like that will also, of course, generate income, but also, increase my reach. So that's exciting.
Right. Absolutely.
But the other thing that I'm doing that I want to say to everyone out there is I do believe that we need to pivot, but also we need to support. So, I just want to say for a moment to anyone that's watching this that may be federal government or lost your job, you're not alone. Number one, you're not in this alone. You have a network. Reach out to your network. And the other piece is greatness was in you before you were in your mother's womb. I'm sorry, I just need to get that out. I just need you to, and the greatness doesn't go away. I think they feel like, oh my God, because he's in the White House and he said it, my greatness is gone. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Your greatness is still there and the vision is going to come at the appointed time. So I just hope that those of us that may not have been affected as much will support those that have, because that's what we need to do, right?
And that's what the resources. I mean, like platforms like this, they have different people coming on, such as yourself, that have resources that they can connect with, collaborate with. There's just so many other things that now, to be able, but you have to implement. You got to take action. You can't just sit there, like you say, and think your greatness is gone, because it's not.
It's not gone.
No, it's not. So tell us, how do you help an agency or an organization determine what type of training that they may need or that you have to deliver to their leaders and maybe their staff members?
So one of the things is a lot of times people will reach out to us and they'll start a conversation with, I'm pretty sure we need some training, but I have no idea where to start. So really depend on the conversation. I'll ask them a few questions, but the conversation may go in a number of different ways, but normally 3 key ways, one of 3 key ways, I'll start the dialogue. One of the things I may say, depend on their energy, because we're having a good dialogue. I may first ask them, can you tell me the 3 things that keep you up at night about your staff? Okay. They say, well, can I give you 20? I don't want 20, just give me 3, because what happens is most of the time someone calls with training, and I can tell by how they sound. People normally call about training because something happened. Very rarely they calling me because they recognize it should be something I do yearly. It should be something that I do as a need, not as a luxury. So if they call me and they sound exhausted or they sound worried, it's because something happened. So I say, tell me those 3 things. We get past that. Once we go past that, then I may begin to talk to them about what are some challenges right now happening in your office. And they don't want to talk about them. We got to talk about them because a lot of times that's a training problem. So I ask them, what are the 3 things even happening in your office? But then I even tell them, I say, let's talk about different business cases. We have about 9 business cases. And sometimes I'll let that lead the dialogue. One of them is we have a business case on customer service. Challenges, a business case on accountability challenges. There's one on team building challenges. There's one on toxic culture challenges. So we have these different business cases, and beneath each of them, there are 5 to 6 classes we really think will help resolve that item. So I'm just trying to have a dialogue with them regarding where are you and what's happening. But my favorite is I try to get them to tell me, can you share 3 words that describe your current culture? Because if you can tell me right now, I said at the top of your head, don't think about it. What are you? I said, and don't give me the made up ones. What are the 3 words that describe your culture right now? And then we go to the board. I say, now let's talk about what are the 3 things that describe the new culture? Because now we're getting somewhere. So if I don't hear words like collaboration, accountability, trust, high team synergy, high engagement, I feed them that, because sometimes they don't even know what the new culture, that they're so caught up in something that's so negative and so toxic. They don't even know what new looks like. So I said, well, how about these words? And they're like, oh, I want that. I want that. And we start talking about how we can build a program around that. Because again, now our mission at one time was just about training your staff and encouraging your staff. But now our mission is that we create global learning and development solutions designed to shift your culture 1 class at a time. 1 class at a time. So I just want us to be on one accord as to what is it we're trying to do. And then once we get there, then we can start to look at the next.
Wow. So when an individual reaches out to you, reaches out to, to your organization to inquire about leadership and development solutions, and which ones are the most important, what do you then tell them?
I think the basic thing I say to them is truly, they're all important.
Okay.
And to be honest, I try to move them away from, because at one time I really thought that question mattered. I would think about that a lot, and I would try to come up with the best combination. And then I started doing my research, and I saw that you quoted, I love Harvard Business Review. So I'm always studying Harvard Business Review, the Gartner Group, ATD, and a few others, and a lot of the world reports that talk about training. Right. When you look at those, it's really funny. None of them really talk about these classes are the best. What they talk about is perform the training, develop your team, invest in your team. It's almost like it doesn't matter what you teach them, just commit to develop them. What happens is, because a lot of executives, they're angry with their staff, they're angry with the culture, they're mad because they're not following up, they're mad because they're not getting things done, but they won't take accountability on the fact of that I have not developed them. And why are they leaving? Well, there's a lot of numbers that say, the numbers are even as high as I think 60, 70%, that people are saying, if I am not developed, I'm not staying. I'm not staying. And through COVID, they've learned a lot of different things now. They've risen up, as you said, they've risen up and they realize I don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah. Wow.
So honestly, I used to think the topic doesn't matter. I think what matters is when leaders. So I was on site at FDIC for about 7 years, right before I started this business as a consultant. And that environment was so powerful to me because I was supporting, first of all, one of the only 2 African-American executives there. And he was extremely respectful. He was intelligent. He was powerful, and he poured into me. And I was a contractor, but he would say, Dina, make sure you do this. Don't do that. Dina, don't. Okay. And I was, whatever he said, make sure you show up early. Just whatever little nuggets. He said, because I just want you to know. He said this, and I didn't know I was going to have a business. He said, this is just stepping ground. He said, I don't know what your next is, but I just want you to know when you enter the room, do this. So he would always show those things. But one of the things I learned there was just the power of documentation and the power of commitment from the top. Okay. When they were going to do a training program, it was announced from the executives. It was announced online. It was sent out in an email. We had breakfast to talk about it. We did the thing. Then they talked about it some more. And then they celebrated you. So what I realized was, even with a major training program, if it doesn't get announced at the top, it's not real.
Right.
It's not real. And the leaders know it. They're like, oh, I don't have to go, because when you see the email, they know. So all of these executives are upset about their cultures and their work environments, but they won't make the change. So until it comes from the top, and the commitment, it's not just the dollars, but it's the commitment that I believe is important. So once they say it's important, training will stick.
There you go. Yeah. Wow. So I know that you put a lot into your training. So what do you do when that same prospect may reach out to you and tell you that they're unable to afford your training solutions at this time? How would you respond to something like that? Or how can you maybe turn them around, change their mind? What do you do about that?
So honestly, Dr. Mellon, I think it really depends on the given day, because on some days I say, thank you. It was great talking with you. We'll catch up. Some days, because Mellon, again, I'm sorry, because I know God, I'm so clear. What's mine is mine, Mellon, and what's not mine, I don't need to chase. I don't need to chase it. But if I've had some good sleep and some good prayer time, I think the one thing that I'm going to say, because it does resonate in my head, I'm going to say, I'm okay if you don't select this, because they may not have been in connection. But I'm not okay if you don't train your team. Okay. And I tell them, the only thing I want you to stick with you when you leave this conversation is, you can either pay on the front end or the back end. Because if you don't pay at some point at the back end, you're going to pay when the EEO cases come forward, when the sexual harassment cases come forward, when the confusion happens in the meeting, when the chaos happens in the bathroom, when the projects don't get complete, when the customer service issues come in from the telephone, you're going to pay.
Yeah.
So you can either develop them now when you see it brewing, or you can wait later.
There you go.
And I'm okay. And I'm okay. I didn't know that at first, but once I learned, I said, wait a second. And the cost is going to be higher at the end, because in the midst of you trying to fix all the issues you didn't fix in the beginning, you're also going to have to replace all the dollars it took for the people that are leaving. No one really counts the dollars to replace a staff member. So now you got to pay for that money too, because she told you she wanted to be developed. She told you 4 years ago, and you thought she wasn't going to ever leave. And no, she took all the intellectual capital and she left and went to the next company. So until
all that knowledge that she
took
had,
all that knowledge, she took
that potential that you could have developed in her, and she's taking it somewhere else.
And she took it.
Wow. So how do you tailor your leadership programs to meet specific needs of different organizations or even individuals?
So I think one of the things I absolutely love, again, because I'm going to get a t-shirt in Rosalind that says all things learning, because really that's who I am. I love it. One of the things that I love when a new program is starting, and we've decided whether it's going to be 6 months, 8 months, a year, and we figure out what this program is going to be. And let me even say that they may say, I really just want a la carte. I like to pick, maybe these 7 courses. And let me just say this, Dr. Madeline, on our website, I know we'll put contact information up soon, but on our website, we have an actual course directory up there. And the course directory literally has almost every class that we offer, but it's divided up. So we have courses up there that are employee training courses, just a la carte, a bunch of individual courses, such as customer service excellence, customer service de-escalation, stress management, dealing with difficult people, and art to be mastered. That's my favorite, dealing with difficult people. Okay. Stress management, emotional intelligence, all of these different topics, a la carte, you can do that. But then we also have the business cases I mentioned to you. By the problem, you can go there, or you have culture shift success leadership courses. There's a culture shift success package we put together that includes 9 powerful leadership topics that all fit into this culture shift success solution. You can pick that if you choose to. But then I have a new thing I created entitled It's Time to Thrive in 2025. And you can pick any 5 classes you want for a discounted rate, since we're in 2025. So I'm just trying to make it easy for my clients. But once we decide what challenges we're trying to overthrow with our training and what we're trying to do, then I begin to work with my team to design. Now we're going to start designing. So to design, I'm normally trying to meet with maybe someone from your agency, maybe a SME in the area. It may be an executive, it might be HR, it may be a VP, but anyone that wants to give input on our training. They may want to talk a little bit about what's happening in the agency. So I'll meet with them to get the information that they have, and I'll start designing. Once I start designing, what I love is I'm using products that will help our training solutions come out successfully. So the products we're using is, we follow, number 1, the ADDIE model. So there's an ADDIE design model for design. So we follow that ADDIE design model, it's analysis, design, development, implementation. So we follow all these 5 implementation steps to design great products. So it's an ADDIE design. We follow that. But we also follow, I love the Kirkpatrick model for evaluation. I follow that model. So as I'm designing the courses, or my team and I are designing the courses, we're looking at the Kirkpatrick model to make sure that we are following how to evaluate. And then I've developed something called the Training by Design model. And my model is regarding what happens in the classroom. So for that model, I'm designing how we're going to have our exercises, how we're going to do the strategic breakouts, how we're going to do the think tank. So anything that shifts the environment, Training by Design created that model. Wow. So we design, so we are doing designing, we are developing, and we're delivering what I call courses that are going to shift your culture one day at a time.
Wow. Now we seem to have come to the end of the road, even though you're giving us some great nuggets. So before you go, let us know how our viewers can reach out to you. What's your website, contact information? Okay. How do you want them to contact you?
Okay. So they can do a couple things. I'm going to do the easiest. First of all, the phone number is 301-640-1203, 301-640-1203. My email is a little lengthy, but my email is my first initial D, Nance, Nance, at the business name Training by Design, inc.com. Training by Design, inc.com. So they're welcome to email me there. And if they want to peek at the website, which I hope they will go to the website, the website's address is trainingbydesigninc.com, trainingbydesigninc.com.
Wow. Well, it has been a pleasure doing a fireside chat with you. I've enjoyed it. We didn't have nearly enough time because I know there were some great nuggets that you.
No, look, these were the most pressing nuggets that we got to, Dr. Man. These were the most pressing.
Good. I'm glad. And I know there was a lot more just given all the stuff that you do. So, but again, thank you for joining us. We truly appreciate you coming on and sharing your insight, your business knowledge with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you to Dr. Kelly. Thank you, Ms. Jamila. I appreciate you. Thank you, guys. Have a great
Thank
evening.
you. Thank you.
Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
There you go.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve. I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you. without limits.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I'm your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Siko Varner. Siko Varner speaks passionately about intentionally pursuing generational wealth, focusing on proven strategies for acquiring, maintaining, and transferring financial stability across generations. Drawing from his experiences producing generational flip and learning from billionaires, millionaires, and thought leaders, he shares insights into real estate investment, business growth, wealth circulation, and financial literacy. I present to you Siko Varner.
Hey, I'm back.
I'm back. Welcome.
What's good? Good to see you again, Queen. Man,
yes.
Black business networking is such a beautiful thing. So, particularly in February. So it's sweet. It's sweet. Good to see you. Good to see all the watchers too. Hey, man, Code Keeper. We're about to have a great conversation.
Yes, sir. Are you ready?
The truth is, no. But the reality is,
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
So, Seiko Varner, are you there?
Yeah, I'm back. I got disciplined.
Okay, well, my first question for you is what inspired you to create Generational Flip, and what impact do you hope it has?
Oh, that's a great question. And I love the fact that I get a chance to talk about the inspiration. The impetus for Generational Flip was I did some screenings of some of the films that Tariq Nasheed did. So Hidden Colors 1, 2, and 3. In the Hampton Roads area, we would rent out a theater in Norfolk and we would show Tariq Nasheed's films. We did Jason Black's 7 a.m. and his other film. We did Black Friday by Rick. So we were screening these Black entrepreneurial, financial, conceptual documentaries. And I'm sitting there like, I think I can do this. You know, I was truly inspired. You know, that was inspiration. I was truly inspired to create something that was similar, but also hit a niche. And that niche was, how do we do something very different than those who preceded us? And that's what led me to Generational Flip. And the real story is, all those things were going through my mind as my wife and I were flipping a property. And I had a dream while we were flipping the property that I was supposed to film it. So I started filming it. And then I got another message in my dream said that the reason you're filming this is not just to show off to your children and to give them direction, but it can demonstrate the same way that we can improve a property, we can improve our community. And so then I knew I had to do something with it. And so interestingly enough, I started looking through some content that I had, and I was like, wow, I have content with Angel Rich. Wow, I have this great speech by Dr. George Frazier. Let me mix this together because I'm a DJ as well. So I said, hey, let me mix together these concepts, these thoughts, the same way I do music. The same way I mix music, I can mix these concepts together that are going to give us a beautiful party. And a party that we have is empowerment. And so that, I hope I answered your question. What do I want it to do? I want it to inspire somebody else. I want somebody to watch the content and say, oh, I see where I fit in this. Oh, I can do this grandiose idea that I've had, right? You know, Angel Rich in one of the episodes says that her mother taught her it's not can you do it, but how can you do it best? So, you know, whatever dream you have, whatever grandiose dream you have, if you can change from saying, I wonder if I can do this to, I wonder what would be the best way to go about this, put you in a stratosphere where you're actually moving towards going about it, going about these grand dreams. You know, these dreams were not presented and planted into us just to be wasted. So let's do something big. And so this whole thing is, I hope that people will watch the content, watch the documentary mixtape and say, I can do something big.
That's awesome. I like when you said
if you're
that,
watching, you can do something big. You can do something grandiose. You can do something that can change your life, the life of those people around you, the lives of the people in the community.
Yes, I like when you said that the party is to empower. It's very important that we as individuals realize that we have the power to
empower others. I think a lot of times we look at ourselves like we don't have the power or we don't have the dream to inspire others. But I like that he says that we are the power. We are the ones to make change. So if you have an idea, if you have a plan, if you have a dream, get to it. Don't just sit on it. A lot of times we like to sit on our dreams. We like to sit on our plans. We like to look at everybody else and say, well, they're doing it, but I can't do it. But today, this business Olympics is about change. What can you do? What have you done? What skills do you have? How can you put them to use? How can you create change? It starts with you. We don't have to look at others to find the answers. We can look within ourselves because many of us have learned. Many of us have went to classes. Many of us have sat under great wisdom, great leaders. Many of us have done this. So what can you do? Ask yourself today, what can you do to create change? How can I get my business off the ground? What idea do I have that will answer someone else's prayer or answer someone else's need? What idea do you have today that would cause you to create change, that will cause you to create change for others, but not only others, yourselves? Because change can start with your bank account. Change can start with you providing a meal. What kind of change do you want to create today? What is it? What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to see? And the best thing to do is to write that vision down. Research. How do I get this done? How do I build a finance business? How do I go into real estate? How do I do those things? Your backseat go?
I am. And I love everything that you said because you're really describing some of the messages and some of the direction of the Generational Flip mixtape. It answers those questions, or it provides those questions. So the more that we ask those questions to ourselves, the more likely we are to act on the opportunities that are out there. I love it.
Awesome. Now, I want to ask you the question, how do you define generational wealth and why is it important?
You know, we kind of tapped into that in our last conversation, and I want to try to give a 30-second version because I talked a long time last time about it. All right. Generational wealth is creating something that's valuable, finding a way to make it grow, and finding a way to pass it on in a way that can be prescribed. That's it in a nutshell. Creating something that's valuable, finding a way to make it more valuable, finding a way to pass it on in a way that you prescribe. That's what generational wealth is. It's interesting. I just looked at a meme, and this meme was showing Valletta Wallace, who recently passed away. That was Biggie Smalls and Notorious B.I.G.'s mother. And she took his catalog, which was only worth someone like $1.5 million. And, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't quote it. But before she passed, it was worth 20 some. So she was able to take his content, make it more valuable. And she put it into some of the platforms, some of the things we talked about last time, trusts. She put some of it into real estate. She put some of it into insurance. She put some of it into endowments. So forever, in perpetuity, his children and his children's children and his children's children's children will be able to live off of one of the things that he created and she managed. That's the process. And the interesting thing is, it doesn't have to be a whole lot of money. As long as you follow that process where you make something valuable, you make it more valuable, you put it in a platform or an engine or something that passes it on in a way that you prescribe. That's That's the whole concept of generational wealth. It's not about a whole lot of money.
I like that you said that it's not about a whole lot of money, because a lot of people think I got to have a lot of money just to invest, or I have to have a lot of money just to go and talk to this person, but it doesn't take all of that.
Right. It doesn't. There's a talking head. He's an authority named John Hope Bryant, and you can find John Hope Bryant on, I think he's on Charlemagne the God's podcast platform. He's all over YouTube. He just put out his third book. His mother owned 7 properties. He used to own 700 properties before he sold majority stake of his business. John Hope Bryant. And he talks about how his mother, who didn't make a whole lot of money, created generational wealth for their family and also taught him the steps. And he was able to take the steps and 10x it. So that it's a beautiful thing. So I would say if you're interested in finding ways to leave a legacy of creating value, doubling, tripling, quadrupling your value, and passing it on in a way that you prescribe, look up John Hope Bryant. He's a really great example. And his mother was an even better example of how that can be done. He's somebody I'm trying to get on Generational Flip 6. So I'm putting that in universe. I want to get him on Generational Flip 6. Yeah. We'll make that manifest. Yes. Hopefully I answered your question.
Yes, you did. You did. I wanted to ask you, what are some of the biggest misconceptions people have about building wealth?
I would say there are a number of misconceptions, and it's interesting, depending upon who I'm speaking to, I'll run into a different group of misconceptions. So let's say I run into people who work at the mall, at the gas station, who own restaurants. Some of their misconception is you have to go to college. All right. So let's say I run into a group of people who are college educated. Their misconception is you got to make a lot of money. Let's say I run into people who are older. Their misconception is it can only be done when you're young. So it's really interesting that the demographics of the group that you're interacting with can very often dictate the misconceptions and the mindsets that you're going to have to address if you're about making change. And so I think those are some of the most important ones, that you got to make a lot of money, that you have to be college educated, that you have to be young to do it. There are a plentitude. There's some people that say that you can't get rich from a job, but you can. There's some people that say, you got to be a NBA star or NFL star or a superstar, but you don't have to. So those are some of the most raging misconceptions. And what I would say to anybody who's dealing with any of those misconceptions is to find the right concepts that will allow you to go into the opportunities that are plentitude in front of you. We're on a new administration here in the United States of America, right? So one of the things that I've been telling the code keepers, so I have a podcast. The podcast is called Get on Code. And the people who watch the podcast, we call them code keepers. And our code is empowerment. Everything we do should lead to stronger empowerment, right? So I was telling the code keepers last night that Kendrick Lamar's song, TV Off, is dropping a gem that really can be part of our rallying cry for the next 4, 8, 12, 20 years. And in that song, he says, it's not enough. It's not enough. He says it 3 or 4 times. Da 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 da. It's not enough. Da 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 da. It's not enough. As we look at the opportunities and the challenges that are in front of us, there are going to be people coming to us and saying, hey, we did this for you. You should do this for us. And we have to tell them it's not enough. You need to do more for me. I'm going back to what, Janet Jackson, that Bay, I'm Janet Jackson Bay, what Janet Jackson said was, what have you done for me lately? And that's really kind of our rallying cry as we deal with the politicians who are going to be saying, hey, I know you don't like this administration, so you should support me. And you're like, well, what have you done for me lately? Oh, we did this. Well, it's not enough. We're really going to have to be able to force politically the politicians, the agenda makers to follow our agenda. So let's go back to wealth. You're looking at your income. It's not enough. Your bank is looking at you and saying, what have you done for me lately? Right?
So singing it to you.
Yeah, it's saying it to you. Yeah. And we need to do more. We need to do more. So what does that mean? Does that mean you need to open a business? No, that's another misconception. You don't have to be a business person to become wealthy, even though business people are more likely to become wealthy. You can become a business person by investing passively. Passively investing. I'm involved in real estate. I shared with you that we're doing a flip, which helped part of the impetus for the generational flip documentary mixtape series. Dealing with contractors, dealing with showings, dealing with the fine can be a bit of a challenge, right? A more passive way that I can make income is investing in REITs, REITs, which are real estate investment trusts, or investing in some of the private equity companies that invest in fix and flippers. So I do both. I invest in a private equity firm that lends money to people who do things like I do, where they buy a distressed property, they rehab it, then they put it back on the market. I don't have to do all the work. I don't have to lift a hammer. I don't have to figure out the numbers. I don't have to call the contractors. Simply by investing in that private equity firm, when they make money, I make money. I invest in REITs. My family invests in REITs, real estate investment trusts. So if you go to any mall, in here in Hampton Roads, we had Lynn Haven Mall, Greenbrier Mall, used to have Military Circle Mall. You go to Atlanta, there's some mall, I can't think of the name of the mall in Atlanta. Up in New York, there was the mall that Bismarck used to talk about, Albee Square Mall. So those malls are owned by REITs. They're owned by organizations that you can invest in. Most of the hotels, the land that they're on, are owned by REITs. And the hotels themselves, Hilton, Marriott, they're owned by REITs. Supermarkets, the properties that they're on are owned by REITs. So you could passively invest in real estate without doing some of the crazy work that I have to do in real estate. So my point to you is you don't need to have a whole lot to invest in some of the REITs. You can get involved in some of the REITs with as low as $65. Now, that $65 is not going to make you rich, but that $65 will make you richer. If you see what I mean, right? So, yeah. So when we look at the things that we can do in this administration environment, one of the things that we can do is start using more of our resources, our money, towards things that are going to appreciate over time. They're going to become more valuable over time. So it ain't enough. It's not enough. Whatever we're doing is not enough. What have you done for me lately? We got to do more, right? Another thing, and this is going to be kind of controversial, but some of the people that I've highlighted in Generational Flip will tell me that they look at the administration and they look at what the administration is investing energy, focus, discussion in, and they invest in those things. So under the former administration with President Biden, these people who are in generational flip, they were investing in green energy. And they weren't necessarily just investing in the companies that were producing the green energy. They were investing in the companies that sold the metal and the plastic and all the other things that went along to developing the pipelines and developing the hardware, the infrastructure that was making the windmills and all the other things. You know, somebody has to invest in those things. And that's what they were doing under that administration. Now that we're under President Trump's administration, they've changed their investment strategy. One of the things that one of these leaders is investing in are things that police departments purchase. So it's expected that under the Trump administration, there's going to be more resources provided to the police departments. So they need more vests. You know, they're going to have a greater encouragement to recruit people. They're going to need more uniforms. The uniforms are going to need more buttons. They're going to need more shoes. They're going to need more cars. They're going to need more garages that fix the cars for the police departments. They're going to need more of the lights. If you take a look at what the police departments spend their resources on, and that's public knowledge. You know, when government spends its money, you can find that what they spend their money on. So you can do that, and you can focus on the things that they're going to make money on. So whatever environment you're in, so you can look at the political environment, you can look at your community environment, and you can say, what's my community spending money on? Right? That's an environment. And so if you live in an area where it's very cold, then you might invest in some of the heat and some of the other things that are done, you know, for the roads, the salt. So my point is, the people who are in generational flip are looking at the environments that they're in, which may change, and they're making their investments go along with those things. So look at the environment that you're in. Find out what's needed in that environment. And you have something that you can invest in for a time period that's going to be really beneficial to you. Hopefully I answered your question.
Yes. I noticed that you said the misconceptions are different for each environment. And that it's best for us not to just stay at that misconception, but to say that's not enough. I got to get more. I got to get more knowledge, or I got to get more empowerment in order to come away or do away with that misconception, so that there can be growth in my bank account, in my mind, in some type of way. There'll be growth, or there'll be wealth, right? So that leads me to this question.
Right.
Can you break down a Donahue Baker's 6 steps to generational wealth?
But, you know, like I said in the last time, I don't give away all the juice. You got to watch the documentary.
Give us a tidbit.
I talked about the first one. I talked about the first one. I talked about the last one, right?
Yes.
One of the ones that I didn't talk about was the 4th step, right? Right.
Yes, you didn't.
So the 4th step in his 6 steps, right? Well, the 4th step in his 6 steps to creating generational wealth is really intriguing. It's really intriguing. It deals with leverage. It deals with leverage. So you can leverage some of the opportunities that are out there where, well, when I say leverage, I'm talking about the use of credit. All right. So A. Donahue Baker's strategy does say that you're going to have to build up your credit, get business credit, and then start using that business credit to invest in the purchase of assets that grow in value. Now, what assets? There are a plentitude of assets. There are a lot of assets out there. So you can look at whatever assets really going to be right up your lane. But the 4th level is obtaining assets. which is really intriguing because a lot of times we want to obtain shiny things.
Yeah.
We want to obtain things that impress ourselves, impress other people. But what A. Donahue Baker's fourth step says is we need to use the leverage that comes with credit to obtain things that will grow in value. So a lot of things we spend money on don't grow in value.
True.
So how can you shift from taking your resource, your money, your energy, and starting to take those resources and obtain things that appreciate? Well, it takes a lot of study. It takes a lot of getting in the right rooms. It takes a lot of talking with people that you normally wouldn't talk with. It takes a lot of listening to people that you normally wouldn't listen to. It takes a lot of watching projects and content and information that you normally wouldn't listen to or watch. It means that you have to eat differently. If you are what you eat, you have to consume differently. So if you look at the way you consume content, educational content, entertainment content, whatever, now, and you take an inventory and assessment and say, is this consumption getting me where I need to go? Getting me where I want to go? And if it's not, you got to change your consumption. So, I tell you, that's one of the most groundbreaking things because I don't want to change my consumption. I like what I like. You know what I'm saying? I like the music I like. I like the shows I like. But if those shows and that music and the plays and the other things, the outings aren't getting me into the direction that I really, really want to be in, I got to change my consumption. So he talks about that. But the main piece about step 4, which is beautiful, is you have to start buying things that appreciate in value. So, I said in the last conversation, step 1 was you had to become a thousandaire. Step 6 is you have to put your resources into platforms and to, things that allow you to pass on resources and money and valuables in a way that you can describe them. But that fourth piece is so pivotal because that's where you start really gaining things that are valuable. You might inherit a house. Okay. How can you take that inherited house and turn that into a complex? You got to use that leverage, that house that you inherited, use that leverage and obtain something that's going to be even more valuable. So now you have the house and you have this complex. And now you have a lot of income producing assets. And now those income producing assets, they want brothers and sisters. So you got to get more. You got to get more. It's not enough. It's not enough. You got to do more. Hopefully I answered your question.
Yes, I like that. We got to do more. We got to do more. What lessons have you learned from the billionaires and the millionaires you studied?
Whoa. All right. So Angel Rich is, she's just, Angel Rich is incredible. So she's the billionaire in the docuseries. Everyone, A. Donahue Baker is a multimillionaire. Dr. George Frazier is a multimillionaire. Willie Jolly, he's a multimillionaire. Gary McCullum is a multimillionaire. Carrie Lomax is a multimillionaire. So there are a lot of multimillionaires in the Generational Flip documentary mixtape series, which I hadn't said earlier is available on YouTube, or you go to generationalflip.com. But Angel Rich is the billionaire. Her business recently was valued at over $1 billion. B, second letter. So the way that Angel Rich thinks is incredible. So one of the things that Angel talks about in the series is how her mother taught her about mind over matter. And I can't remember if I discussed this last time or not, but if not, if I did, it's worth rediscussing. Many times when we think of mind over matter, we think, if I don't mind, it don't matter. But what she's talking about is your mind controls your matter, right? You can control your environment, the way you respond to the environment. She tells a story about how she was cold and her mother taught Angel and the people around them how they could think their way into being warm. And she didn't believe it until it worked. And now she does it all the time. She's feeling uncomfortable. She thinks her way into becoming comfortable, and she doesn't change where she is. She could be sitting down, oh, I'm tired. And then she reframes her thoughts. And it takes a moment, and she's no longer tired. And then she can go back to work. We can all do that very same thing. The experiences that we have, whether it's tired, whether it's cold, whether it's hot, whether it's disgust, if we reframe the way we look at our situations, we can put ourselves in a more comfortable situation without leaving the situation that we're in. So she talked about how she was walking with some colleagues and it was cold and everybody was complaining and she didn't like all this complaining. So she reframed her mind, and next thing you know, she was sweating. It's cold outside. She's sweating. All based on the way that she was able to change her experience. That's that mind over matter. And she's been able to use, so my point is, what have I learned? I learned specifically from Angel Rich that if we reframe the way that we look at situations, we can overcome those situations. Right. And another thing I learned from Angel Rich is that people who are in power move differently. People who are in power move differently. And so they make different decisions. So some of the decisions that we see our leaders making that we don't agree with, people in power very often make those same types of decisions. So if we want to become more empowered, we have to start thinking like those who wield power. And it's the craziest thing to think that. But if you want to be healthy, you do what healthy people do, and you'll get there. Right? Yes. If you want to be attractive, you do what attractive people do, and you'll get there. Right? If you want to be empowered, we do what empowered people do, and we'll get there. And so those are two of the messages that I've really learned from being around Angel Rich. And, you would think I was going to ask her, what did you invest in? Let me see your portfolio. No. She was like, Seiko, until you change the way that you look at things, my portfolio won't matter to you. I can give you my portfolio and you'll mess it up. And until people realize that they have greater control over their situations, you can give them anything and they'll mess it up. And it kind of goes back to a story I tell with students a lot. I tell students, look, if I gave you a brand new car, and you didn't change the tires, you didn't change the oil, you didn't wash it, in about 2 to 3 years, that car is going to be busted because you didn't care. Right? When you don't care about something, things fall apart. Things get worse. And for some reason, within many of our communities, we value people who say, I don't care. I don't give a, those type of people, because they're intriguing. They're fun to watch. They look like they're powerful. They look like they're risk takers. They're saying, I don't care. But very often those people destroy things. So it's so important that instead of saying, I don't care, we start caring. Instead of saying, I don't give, we have to start giving.
Thank you so much for that knowledge, Seiko. Real quick, tell us how we can reach you. How can we reach you? How can we reach you?
Well, the documentary series is on YouTube. So go to YouTube and look for Generational Flip. That's Generational Flip. You can get the version without YouTube ads by going to generationalflip.com. That's generationalflip.com. You can find me just by looking for Seiko Varner. I'm on all platforms under Seiko Varner. I really want you to check out the content so we can all grow together, so we can make a generational flip so that the next generation will look at us and say, thank you. You set us up well.
Thank you so much for your expertise. I want you to remember that genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. It's $BBXUSA. Once again, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors. That would be NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia, Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6. And then I travel back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting. And she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age. Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success. For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at @BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jamila Burrell. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Charlie C. Williams. Charlie C. Williams is a licensed attorney who graduated in 1973. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in business administration at Pepperdine University before law school. He taught law at TSU Law School for 2 years. He practiced law while being a professor of business law at Houston Community College for 11 years. I present to you Charlie Williams. Hello, Mr. Charlie. How are you? Make sure you unmute. We can't hear you. We're glad to have you. Glad to see you. Glad that you're on the Black Business Network.
Welcome to Follow the Brand, where we turn leaders into legends. I'm Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM. Today, we're not just talking about executive presence, we're going to transform yours. Executive presence isn't about power, it's about trust. And here's the good news. You can build it at any level. Let's dive into how you can command any room you enter. Dr. Kimberly Long, CEO of California Nurse Leaders, shared a profound insight. The moment you try to prove your power is the moment you lose it. Executive presence is about building trust and authority without force. It's about creating an environment where people lean in to listen. You can achieve this by being authentic and consistent in your communication and actions. Consider Dr. Long during a hospital merger. She lowered her voice instead of raising it, and the room leaned in. Similarly, Sarah Chen, a project manager, used this technique in meetings. Within 3 months, her team began to emulate her style. Denzel Ross, now president of IU Health South Central, built his presence by identifying communication gaps and lifting others up. These examples show how presence spreads through subtle yet powerful actions. Your action step. In your next 3 meetings, try speaking 10% slower and 20% quieter. Watch what happens. For team leads, start delegating key responsibilities. Managers should use meetings as learning labs. Directors build cross-functional bridges. The key shift? Stop being the answer person. Start being the question person. This approach fosters growth and empowers others. Patrick Green, CEO of UF Health Jacksonville, uses a communication matrix to simplify complex ideas. His 3-step formula: start with impact, follow with insight, end with action. For example, instead of saying, "We need to upgrade our systems," he says, "We can save 50 lives this year by investing in this technology. Here's how." This clarity builds influence and trust. 3 common mistakes: reactivity, over-explaining, and imposter syndrome. When challenged, take a slow sip of water to respond thoughtfully. Instead of defending every detail, offer a headline first. Dr. Long still gets nervous before board meetings but prepares thoroughly. Remember, nervousness is energy. Executive presence isn't a destination, it's a practice. Start where you are, use what you have, and build from there.
When you deliver on your promise and you have the result you were looking for, and everybody in the room is like, wow, this is what we're talking about.
Okay, we have Mr. Charlie Williams. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to start asking you a few questions. The first one is, can you tell us about your early career and what inspired you to become a lawyer?
Well, my early career was, I did some time with the U.S. Army. I did banking for a large bank, national bank. And then I decided that I was going to try to figure out a way to contribute more to life and to my existence and to others while I got this opportunity. That's kind of the way it was. I didn't plan it from the beginning. I just sort of like staggered into it.
You staggered into being a lawyer?
Yeah, I did.
Wow. Wow. What steps did you take to stagger into?
Well, I was always asking a lot of questions. And I remember one day my grandfather and I was driving. He was taking me on a trip, and I was asking him a lot of questions. So he says, "Well, wow, you ask more questions than a Philadelphia lawyer." I said, "Well, Granddad, what's a Philadelphia lawyer?" He couldn't answer me. He said, "Well, it's hard to explain. It's just that I know that they are very smart." Now that stayed with me for years, and because I was a little boy, and then I grew up, and I grew out. So my first thing is to join the U.S. Army, because I was, I didn't know exactly what I was going to do. I was stumbling around. Yeah. At that point, yes. And then when I was in the Army, I was fortunate enough to be around a bunch of educated people from back east. They were college graduates and dropped out of college to go to the military. And that gave me the idea that I'm going to get my education. I want to study business. I always liked business. And so I want to study business and see what I can contribute to the world. And so when I got out of the service, I went to California where my mom was. She was an educator, and she believed in education, and she had her college degree. And so I got into Pepperdine, which was a very, very lucky stumble. I really learned. It was a small college, and it had a lot to offer. It had some very influential and learned people work at the college. So that was good for me. And then once I graduated in business. Before then, I had to take a business law class. And so we had a young Black lawyer that came to teach the class. So I says, wow, I like him. I like the way he thinks. I like the way, he has a lot to provide to tell us. So I wanted more. So instead of, and then I got out and I started working for the bank again. And then I made application to go to law school in Houston, Texas, Thurgood Marshall, TSU. Got accepted and came here and studied. Graduated. Higher up, I was in the upper third in a way. And I passed the bar before I graduated. I feel kind of odd just telling you about myself, So I still, I was still trying to learn. I just wanted to know more. I wanted to go to law school because I figured if I go into business, I didn't want some smart lawyer tricking me out of my business. So I decided I'm going to learn law. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. So I decided, well, okay, I'm going to set. And then when I graduated, I said, well, I tell you what, I'm going to practice a little while so I can get some experience. And I've been doing that for 51 years.
Wow. That's a lot of practicing.
Yeah, it is. I'm ready.
So you were licensed in 1973. What changes in the legal profession have you observed over the years?
We got more lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
And in my opinion, let me go back. When I told you one of my reasons for getting into law is because I wanted to learn it so I could operate my own business. Another is because I wanted to help people business, I wanted to help people who did not have access to law and didn't know, they get stranded. A lot of people who were in business. I knew people who were in business, but they didn't have lawyers and they didn't know how to access the codes and the statutes about how to function, how to grow, how to make their business grow, or how not to be shut down, or how not to be trampled on. So it was one of my goals is to do that also, and that goes along with not letting some smart lawyer, trick me out of my little business. So whatever that was. And I was going to do that for others too. So that's the reason I did that. And that's the reason I practiced for two or 3 years. I said I'll practice for 2 or 3 years and then I'll start my business. And I've been practicing ever since. Lawyering is my business.
Yes. So how did your time as a professor at TSU Law School influence your approach to practice law?
Well, that's what it was. I was made assistant director. We had something called a legal aid society, which we took poor people or indigent, that's the word, people who from the neighborhood and around, who could not afford lawyers, and we would teach third-year law students how to interview clients, how to gather information, how to take it to court if they had to. And that's another way I was giving back to my community. And they made me assistant director. I took and passed the bar exam before I graduated. Everybody was impressed. So the law school, decided, well, okay, let's put him to work. And I'm glad they did. I learned a lot from that. I really learned a lot.
How do you think teaching law and practicing law complemented each other?
Oh, well, that's the say like the Legal Aid Society, we would take people that couldn't afford lawyers, which was a lot, and we would take their cases and help them on certain types of cases. We didn't do criminal, but we did divorces, we did evictions. We defended them in eviction cases, disabilities, and child custodies. And so that part of teaching, we took actual people and processed their cases for them. And of course, I learned a lot from doing that. Then, and that helped my practice when I went into private practice. And then another way, like when I was teaching Houston Community College, it was like a break. I wasn't full time. I was part time. I was what they call an adjunct professor for Houston Community College, and I taught business law, and it was quite a bit in those books. People were excited. In fact, one part of my curriculum was that I would, at the beginning of the class, I would set two sides, the plaintiff side and the defendant side. And I said, okay, you guys, I want you to develop this case. And I would give them an issue of a case, and a suit for civil case. Some liked criminal. So we'd have a plaintiff and defendant there. Of course, the plaintiff in this criminal case would be the state, and the defendant would be attorneys who are defending a person who's, what I like to say, wrongfully charged. So we'd choose sides, and I says, and I am part of the class would be plaintiff's attorney, part would be defense attorney, and the rest of the class would be juries, be the jury. So they present their case to the jury after, at the end of the class. And boy, they got so excited. I've had people who decided to become lawyers behind that. There was one guy told me one time, he says, man, I was skeptical when I came in this class, but now I want to be a lawyer. And he did. I gave him a letter of recommendation. He went to law school.
Wow.
To me, that was giving back and helping my community. I really got a kick out of that. I said, but I'm the judge. And I'm also the appellate court judge. If you appeal a case, I'm also the judge there too. It was fun for me. I just enjoyed it, And
so as a business law professor, what key principles did you emphasize to your students?
Well, business law is basically about organizing a business form. You got your individual proprietorship, sole proprietorship, and you got your partnership, you got your limited partnerships, and you got your several other kinds, corporations, S corporation. What I liked about incorporating is you create a legal entity from yourself. A group of people get together, they want to create a person, a legal entity. And it has rules and regulations on how to operate it and how it's structured. And You have to be employed by it. Okay. So, a corporation to function legally has to hire employees. Now you can be hired by your own corporation. So that's how they get paid. And what was your question again? I'm sorry.
What key principles did you emphasize to your students as a business law professor?
I wanted them to learn also, in addition to just business corporations, and it was part of the curriculum too, is how our courts system is structured in the United States. We've got the state system, which if you want to name the courts, you got the JP, which is the smallest court. It has a certain range of coverage of a range of jurisdiction. Like at that time, it was like $5,000. Okay. If you wanted to sue for more than that, you'd have to go up to the county court, which went up to say 150,000. And if you wanted to sue for unlimited amount, you would go to district court, which is no limit on the amount you can sue for. And that's the same with the criminal, like a JP court, small claims. A JP court handles traffic tickets and small criminal cases. And whereas if you get charged with a higher crime, you go to county court, and then if you get charged with a murder case or theft case involving 15,000 or whatever, you get charged with a felony. So all of that was part of the things we taught. I wanted them to know the court system and how it functions and how it fits. That's the state court system. And then also we had the federal court system. Each territory, like downtown Houston here, we've got the Fifth Circuit, and so we got the federal court system that alongside it has certain issues, has certain jurisdiction and areas that it covers, okay, and which are not state actions, and like income tax evasion or something like that. That's federal. So those types of cases would be heard in federal court. Did I answer your question? Or if you want to, just keep asking me. I'll try to get there. I'm not sure.
Yes, sir. You answered it. You answered it. Okay. What advice would you give to someone who wanted to start practicing law? What do they need to do? What are the steps that they need to follow?
Well, first, just graduating law school, getting your law license, passing the bar is not enough. You need someone that you can study under, who's had experience on how to do this. It's kind of, if you've never been to court on a case, or if you've never handled a case for somebody else, then you need somebody that can show you how to be directed in that. And that's what we did in the Legal Aid Society, is take third-year law students and actually teach them how to interview clients, how to gather the information, how to decide which approach to take, and which law applies.
That's awesome.
I don't know if I even answered your question then either. I mean,
yes,
just ask me again.
You're telling them to get experience. Go get under someone who has experience. Make sure you graduate school. But is it something that, like you said, you heard your grandfather say, you're like a Philadelphia lawyer, and that stuck with you.
Yes, it did.
But what gave you the passion to keep going into, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get that law degree. Like, what gave you that passion?
Okay. When my grandfather and I had that conversation, I was probably 7 or 8. Now I have graduated high school. I went in the Army, and then I came out, and I'm in college, right?
Right.
Pepperdine. And I'm working part-time for the bank. Now, one summer, a young student came in from another college, USC, which is also on the West Coast. You probably watch UCLA and USC play football annually. I mean, they usually have a fight going on. But USC, this guy came in and he says, oh, man, he had a part-time job, okay? So he came in, he says, I said, hey, what's going on? He says, man, I have to take a break. I said, break from what? I'm in law school, man, man, it's killing me. I have to take a break, man. I says, wow. So how hard is it? He said, oh, it's really hard. It's really hard. And I says, I guess what I needed was a challenge. Because when he said, it's really hard, then I remembered what my grandfather said. Well, you sound like a Philadelphia lawyer. I said, wow, maybe that's what I should be. So I was about to graduate college, and I made an application to go to law school. Got accepted. I've been in it ever since.
Amazing, amazing. A challenge. I like what you said, that you needed a challenge, because a lot of times people stop when they hit a roadblock, or if something's too hard, they run the other way. But sometimes I feel we need challenges to grow us or to make us see that that's the field for us.
Right. Like I said, I did stumble into it, but I found a way to be useful and beneficial. I found a way to make a little money, be prosperous, of course. You want to take care of your own. You want to have money to fly around and drive big cars, Because I stopped doing that sometime. But like the other, you found a way to grow wealth. Okay.
Yes.
You find a way to grow wealth. You don't just, once you make a little money practicing law, you don't just hope that that's going to be all your wealth. Okay. There's other things, and I believe this person was in real estate. So, real estate has been helpful in my life. I've enjoyed. I'm also a real estate lawyer, believe it or not, and I like dealing with real estate. And I've enjoyed that, and it's been good to me.
I like what you said earlier, that another reason that you practice law is to help people. And when you help people, you develop wealth, whether it be for yourself or for them, because you're helping them by providing knowledge, but then you're also meeting a need, which causes them to grow also. So I like what you said about creating wealth. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I was just going to say, you can, because they're not making any more land. So if your land is wealth, get a piece of it. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
What is the most common misconception people have about business law?
Okay. Like I said, business law, a lot of people don't have a conception at all about business law, really. Like I said, one of my ways to make my class, business law, have an interest and a challenge to people is to show them how the system works. The misconception is most people have no idea what business law is. And that's the reason I explain. Business law is understanding the forms of business, how they work, and how they can fit for you in your particular endeavor. But and I would teach criminal in the business law classes, because the curriculum called for it, and law is the glue to our entire society. You need to know how you fit into society, and you need to know whether you are doing it correctly or not. The misconception, you keep asking me that, and I just keep bouncing around that. Most people have no idea what the law is, or very little. They watch a little TV, they see a few law shows, Judge Judy or somebody. That's okay. You can learn a lot, but you got to have a basis for that. You got to know what she's talking about in order to learn. And misconceptions. I'm trying to think of. May I ask you a question? What do you think a misconception is?
Misconception is something that will cause you to mistake the law or use the law in a way that it shouldn't be used because you don't understand the law. Like you said, people do not understand business law.
Most people, when I was teaching them students who hadn't graduated college, it's an undergrad study, they didn't trust the law. They didn't trust lawyers. They didn't trust the police. They didn't trust the judge system, they just didn't trust the legal system. And my take on that is that they just didn't understand it. And that's the reason they didn't trust it. It's no reason to be afraid, if you understand it. So that was my job. My desire was to try to teach them how to understand the law system and how it worked. The misconception was they didn't trust anybody, in the area of law enforcement or law application. That's what I can remember. It's been a while since I taught business law.
But I agree, when people do not understand something, they speak against it or they run from it. But I think the best avenue is to get an understanding so you know how to use it, so that you know how to use the law.
Right. And how you can fit it on you. What can it do for you?
Yes.
Understanding our system is a way to grow. It's a way to, as the theme is, grow wealth.
Yes.
And invest in ways that you hopefully will have some when you go and leave some to your next generation.
Can you speak to any challenges or significant changes you faced when you first started practicing law?
Significant challenges of what I faced?
Yep. What you faced when you first started practicing.
Okay. Yeah, I see.
Sir.
Well, in 1973, they didn't have a lot of black lawyers. Okay. And we had a lot of challenge, of wiggling our way into the system. And I have to admit, we had pretty decent respect in that area, but because lawyers respect each other, they want to anyway, because anyone who goes to law school, passes the bar, other lawyers pretty much respect them up to a point, but you still got in those days, you still had your prejudices and you had your challenges, being a black lawyer. And because we were the minority, and you know how the minority is, it's more difficult to make things work for you. But we pushed and we pushed, and we've made some pretty good strides. Black judges, black presidents,
Yes.
black governors, black mayors.
Yes.
50 years ago, that was pretty slim. It wasn't as widespread as it is now. Now young Black kids have an opportunity. They can be whatever they want. It's not just a thought. It's also a reality. It's not just a hope. It is a reality. And I personally, I think I've contributed to some of that. I've taught people who want to listen. I'll gladly, share. My knowledge is God's law. It's his knowledge. That's the way I look at it. And I'm here to help till I can't. Sorry. I ain't trying to get into politics. Religion. I'm just telling just kind of what makes me tick.
Yes. So how important do you think mentorship is in the legal profession? And did you have any mentors who shaped your career?
I had several mentors. One I can think of was in the Legal Aid Society, Mr. Lonnie Gooden. He was the director. I was assistant director. And I believe he helped me to get that job, be honest, because I had taken 2 classes from him, 1 and 2, and just before I graduated. And so when I graduated, and I took the bar before I graduated because I had enough hours to do. I was still in law school, took the bar, graduated. When I walked across the stage, I had a law license, and I believe Mr. Gooden put a word in for me to be his assistant. He needed one. So I believe that Lonnie Gooden is a star to me. He's long since retired, and the last time I talked to him, he was in California.
Wow.
And I can't even think of all the other. Otis King, he was the dean of the law school. He was a star to me. I want to say this. When I was in law school, I grew a beard. Me and one other guy, a guy named Williamson. We had the audacity to grow a beard. And now just about every young lawyer, Black and white, or Mexican or whatever, have beards. In those days, 50 years ago, it was kind of, you had to be clean shaven, but that's not true now. Everybody has beards and they like them.
True. So you inspired a movement.
I laugh about that sometimes because when I'm reading the bar journal and I see all the lawyers with beards, I said, you know what? I'll just bet you I helped to start that.
You did it. It was you. It was you.
Well, like another guy said, hey, you can think it and it'll be right. So I think I won't allow myself to think it because I just won't allow myself to have credit for that. But I think it.
Well, we want to thank you so much, Mr. Charlie Williams, for coming on this show and sharing your expertise. We want to let everyone know how to reach you. So can you tell us how anyone can contact you by email, phone number, or whatever information you have?
Well, sure. I'd be happy to. My email is ccwilliamsattorney@gmail.com.
One more time.
ccwilliamsattorney@gmail.com. Attorney is spelled out.
Okay. Do you have a phone number they can reach you at?
Sure. My cell number is 713-582-4974. Now, I get a lot of junk calls, and I screen them all. I don't just blanketly erase anything. If you email me or phone me, leave a message, and I will assure you I will return your call.
Well, thank you again so much for your expertise and your contact information. I want to remind you that genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Wow.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to Scholarship Fund or use the Cash App. That's $BBXUSA. Once again, that's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, NC-100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporation, Genius is Coming, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.